People. Hello. Okay. I don't know why, but I have been messing with my Stream Deck for like 20 minutes trying to get the go live button on the Stream Deck to work because my OBS went and got all fucky wucky after my last stream. And so for some reason now the go live button on the Stream Deck doesn't want to work. Everything else connected to OBS works, but not that. And I don't know why. Um so tonight I'm gonna be playing South of Midnight for a little bit. It looks like I just wanted to give it a try. I don't know if I will necessarily stream the whole game or even like make videos for my YouTube channel out of the whole game. I just felt like checking it out because like the art style looked pretty cool. The idea in and of itself, uh, as far as the game being based on like African American uh, folklore from from the South, um, seemed pretty interesting. Um, I've heard the music is pretty good. But I've also heard some kind of negative things. Like not hugely negative. Just that the combat kind of lacks variety and it gets kind of samey as the game goes on and stuff. Um, so we'll see. But that's kind of my plan. I did want to talk a little bit before I do that though. I have this week has been quite the week for me. It is either the third or fourth? Third, I think. Third week um that I've been back at my day job since being off on medical leave. And the oh boy, did it not go well. So like the plan had been, and I mentioned this before, the plan had been, and this is what I had talked to my psychiatrist about, for her to write a doctor's note saying that I was limited to working 25 hours a week, 5 hour, no more than 5 hours a day, right? Because it's just what I feel like based on my current life circumstances and everything, what I feel like mentally, emotionally, I can handle, and also like I've been having some physical health problems, so that um there's that's a factor in there too. Um, and so that was the idea, right? But ultimately, that's not what happened because she was like, well, I don't, because my reasons for it were that because of like my autism and stuff. And she's like, well, I don't treat you for autism. I treat you for anxiety and depression, which also, to be fair, not 100% true because she does prescribe me medication for uh, ADHD. So there's that. But that's not the point. Point is, she didn't want to do it. But she was like, I will, like, kind of, I'll write a doctor's note that says, this is what she would like to work. Um, and here's why she kind of uh feels it would be a good idea, and I support the idea of, her easing back into work, which didn't go over super great. Um, like I got the first couple weeks I was there, I got only 5-hour shifts, and that was fine, right? Um, that was like a perfectly enjoyable. I mean, not necessarily enjoyable, uh, but like I could handle it, right? And I didn't get too stressed out. If I had like a negative day at work, I was able to pretty easily um and pretty consistently come home, de-stress, go back the next day or in 2 days or whatever, whenever my next shift was, and do it again without any problem, right? Well, then we get to this week, which I knew was going to be like the big test as far as how well this was going to go, because um we had two pharmacists and then one other technician. I'm a technician, so two pharmacists and a technician on vacation. And I was like, um, I, she asked me, would you be okay working some longer shifts? Because that's really what I need is some longer hours and stuff. And this is my new manager. And it was kind of like really a little bit, um, I'm not going to say what she handled it, the way she handled it was wrong necessarily. Um, I will say that it was a little bit, um, heavy-handed in that I had asked her like the day before, oh, I know, because they had told me when I came back, we're not 100% sure if we'll be able to um, give you enough hours, like give you the 25 hours a week that you were hoping for. And I was like, oh, well, that was kind of like what I needed to cover my expenses and stuff. Um, so that's a problem. And I was kind of like worried about that, but I was going to keep working there at least till I could find something else because it's better to have a job and only have to borrow some money from like my family and stuff than have to borrow a ton of money from them, right? Especially when they don't necessarily have a ton of money to give me. And they they were like, so I was like, okay, well that sucks. But then I was like, oh shit, I wonder if they're going to be able to offer me enough hours so that I can keep my insurance. And I wasn't sure how many hours I needed for that because, like, I had always thought it was 20 hours a week that my company required. Was it like minimum 20 hours a week if you just needed like insurance coverage for yourself, not like your family too? Um, uh, what am I looking for? And so I so I was looking at, so I asked her to look into that for me because I was like, well, I'm not 100% sure and I can't find, it's so hard to find any of that information on our like employee portal website thing. Like you try and look stuff up and it's like it it pulls up articles from like years and years and years ago, but never like the thing that you're actually looking for, right? So I asked her to look into it and she's like, okay, yeah. And so then I don't think it was the next day, but like the following Monday, because I think it was like on a Friday, and then um I didn't see her again until Monday because I didn't work the weekend or anything. So the following Monday, I ask her, I go, did you? Well, she has me like come into the office, and she's like, so, uh, this is what I found out about the insurance. It looks like you need to have at least 20 hours a week, average. And if you fall below the 20 hours a week at any point, the company can cancel your can, and they stress that can cancel your insurance coverage without any warning, right? Which I was like, that feels a little bit uh not great, but okay. Let's let's move on. Um and then she followed that up by then being like, "Oh, and by the way, I really, would you be able to work some longer shifts next week because that's what I really need, you know, so and so is on vacation, blah 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 blah." And I'm like, well, and I kind of like stared at the like schedule she had knowing that like I didn't think it was a good idea, knowing that I didn't think I could like real that I would really handle it very well. Um, with what my mental health like has been like recently and everything. And it was like, well, I suppose, so she had to have known that like it was reluctant at least. Like I very clearly was not like happy to do it. But it was like, okay, well, I guess. Um and she this is always the problem. I love I'm just trying to make sure that the game I'm going to be playing is set to use my NVIDIA graphics card. Because even though that's supposed to be the default, it, very often is not the, for some reason, game, like, it just doesn't automatically get selected like it's supposed to. Um, so I was trying to make sure that it was the case, but since I'm using the Xbox Game Pass version, unfortunately, it doesn't want to actually let me access the game executable to do that, which sucks. Um, but anyway, back to the story. Point is, I reluctantly said yes, knowing it probably wasn't a good idea. Then, following day at work, proceed to have a panic attack over the idea of how many hours I was going to have to work this week. Um, and then this week, I got through 2 days. Like, it was rough, but like relatively unscathed. And then we get to Wednesday, and I had to deal with a particularly rude customer, and it was one of those days where we couldn't get anything done because like we just couldn't get anything done because the customers didn't want us like the, we just they kept calling and asking if their prescription was ready, asking if this, asking if that. And it's like I get it, but at the same time it's like, one, the longer you keep me on the phone, the longer it's going to take for your prescription to get done, because that's one less person that there is to work on stuff. Two, um, it's just the more people that do that, the longer it takes us to get prescriptions done because we can't actually work on anything. We're just busy answering the phones, and then if we're not on the phones, we're waiting on customers who already have prescriptions right. And it's like, then what are you supposed to do? Um, and I got a little bit frustrated. And I didn't, this one kind of still irks me because I think it more has to do with the fact that I like don't have like the friendliest uh face, like just a resting face. I don't have like necessarily resting bitch face, but I also like I'm not gonna I'm not someone that you look at me and you're like, oh, they're just so happy, they're so glad to be alive. They're so happy about their day. Um, so yeah, that uh I think it was a combination of that. I was trying like there was a line in the drive-through, so I was trying to keep the line moving. And the lady's asking about when she can have this medication filled, and it's a controlled substance, so we have like rules about it can only be filled up to 2 days early. And she like it was arguing with me about the day, and I'm like, well, so I'm like, well, March has 31 days, and so you picked it up, we filled it on this day, but you didn't pick it up until this day, and we go from the pickup date because that's the date when theoretically you should start taking the medication. And um so you should have enough to get you to this day, but we'll technically fill it on this day. And she's like, trying to argue with me that she's already out of it, and it's like a few more days ahead of the day that would already be 2 days early. And it's like, I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do. Those are the rules. Those are the rules that I must abide by. I don't know why I said abide. But those are the rules. I don't make the rules. I just gotta be the one that gets yelled at for them. And so she finally goes, okay, fine. And I ring her out for the prescription that I do have ready, give it to her, go to send her on her way, tell her, have a nice day. And then turns around and goes, what did you say? And I said, have a nice day. And then she's like, no, you said it'd be like we would be like the medicate whatever medication she had been talking about would be able to be filled on whatever day, right? And she's like, right? And I'm like, yeah, I already said that because I was like, you we already had that conversation. You acknowledged it. Then we had like the whole transaction in there. Like I don't know what the like it I didn't say it in a mean way or anything. But she didn't take it well. And then she kind of like, not like super loud, but definitely raised her voice. Was like, "What's your problem?" And I was just like, because she felt like I had an attitude with her. And I was like, "Oh, um," and I was just kind of like, I just like tried to defuse the situation. I was just like, nah. I'm like, just, I'm like, nothing that I just, I, we already went over that. So I thought we were done with the conversation, and she's like, yeah, whatever. And I was like, okay, have a nice day. And then I sent her on her way, and then I turn around like everybody's looking at me. And the pharmacist comes over and he's like, "So what's going on over here?" And I like kind of tell her what's going on. And I kind of, I got upset. I got overwhelmed. Because there was a lot going on around me. Um, it wasn't a great. It probably would have been better maybe if the pharmacist and I like would have gone off to the office and talked about what happened, or like somewhere in the back and talked about what happened. But since it was like in front of everyone and in front of the other customers, and then there's like these fluorescent lights in there, and they like bother me, and um just uh like all these conversations going on with the people on the phones, and like people being waited on at the counter and all this other stuff. um it ended up like I just ended up getting like overstimulated, and I had a little bit of a meltdown. um and I was just kind of like, I just wish this place would fire me, because I'm not going to leave willingly, and I don't want to do this anymore. But, this is, you know, I just can't handle this anymore. It's too stressful for me. Yada, yada, yada. Right? And, and, then so that happened Wednesday. And then on Thursday, there was another situation that happened that I just didn't like feel was like I didn't I didn't the pharmacist at the time, they weren't going to give someone the needles for their insulin pens over like a very nitpicky like reason. And like I get it because the company I work for, which I shall not name, has gotten so bad since I have started working for them about just like, and really all the pharmacies have gotten bad about not being able to let pharmacists use their discretion at all in like interpreting um prescriptions or anything like that. Um but it was frustrating to say the least. So I looked at the pharmacist. Sorry, my throat keeps getting, my mouth and throat keep getting really dry. Um, I looked at the pharmacist and I was like, because they asked me, they were like, is this person coming back soon? And I was like, they're in the parking lot waiting for the medication. So, not technically medication, it was pen needles, but um, they're in the parking lot waiting for the pen needles. And they've been back 3 times today, and they've been here multiple times this week for the prescription. Um, because their doctor's office wouldn't send it over. Like they apparently, I don't know if it was just it needed a refill or if the doctor, I think the doctor might have made the same mistake earlier in the week and they wanted, the pharmacist wanted to get it corrected. So then we sent for a correction and then the doctor's office never got back to us. So the wife calls them again, they send over another prescription, and then they make the same mistake on it. And it's like a really nitpicky thing that like doesn't really matter. And we can easily just change it and be like, hey, we could tell from the way the patient was talking that they needed pen needles and not lancets. You know? But I was just like, I wasn't gonna let the guy go without his insulin potentially into the weekend. Because like this was Thursday at the point that point, so that we still would have had today, but there was no guarantee that the doctor would have gotten to us today, or maybe, depending on who the doctor is, they might not have even been in today. And so I was like, we're gonna give this guy his pen needle. And the pharmacist was kind of like, well, I guess I'll just make it a council. So then today, like when the former manager was about to leave, she pulled me into the office and like I got a written warning, like written up type thing, technically, where It was like, oh, for but like both of those things combined, where it was like, hey, you need to just kind of watch yourself. But I kind of was talking to her about it. And I'm like, I'm just kind of like frustrated with the whole system because the whole medical system is broken, and because of that, like the doctor's offices don't have enough help, and the pharmacies don't have enough help, even though our corporate office would swear we do. And to be fair, we have more help than a lot of the other pharmacies do, but even so, we don't have enough help. Um, for the volume of prescriptions we get. And um, because of it, nothing gets done properly. It hasn't for years. Like it was starting to get kind of bad before the pandemic, and then the pandemic hit, and it just got exponentially worse. And then ever since then, it's just continued to like snowball and spiral downhill in terms of like the quality of the job that we can do. And that's really frustrating to me as somebody that, like, even though, like, there are certain patients and stuff that, like, get on my nerves and everything because they're just rude. They're rude people, or they're, like, never appreciative or anything like that. It, it weighs on me because I, I just, I care about the, um, the people overall, right? Um, and so that's the big thing for me is ultimately because nobody has help, everyone is getting worse health outcomes. And I also know that as someone that is dealing with both chronic mental health and physical health issues. Um, I think was it Wednesday? No, Thursday. It probably also didn't help Thursday that I kind of went into work with in a bad mood because I had gone to the rheumatologist that morning for my follow-up appointment. And they were like, well, um, we don't really know what to tell you. Like we said at your first appointment, you we definitely think you have fibromyalgia, which is like, I mean, like I kind of agree because there I have some relatives that have it, and it does have a genetic factor, and I have both like the widespread pain all over my body and like a lot of the other symptoms that tend to come with it, like brain fog and stuff like that, um, other neurological symptoms, which is the interesting thing because I was like, they don't really know what causes fibromyalgia, um, especially because there's very little, like, it's one of those diagnoses that you kind of just have to, um, like, rule everything else out, right? But the reason they have to do that is because there's not really anything that fibromyalgia does. Like, physically, my body looks fine on all the like x-rays and stuff. Um, my blood work is a little bit bucky wucky. Uh, there are some concerning things about the blood work. So there's that. Um, my ANA is still positive, which is what brought me to the rheumatologist in the first place. Because that's a test that they use to determine if you might have an autoimmune condition. But it can also give a false positive because they tend to use a really sensitive test because some autoimmune conditions can be hard to like detect, um, especially if you aren't having any symptoms yet of them, right? So, um, they were like, so it's still positive, but it's a low positive. So, uh, we did rule out lupus and rheumatoid arthritis at this point. So, um, we would probably just want to recheck all your blood work and x-rays and stuff in like a year and make sure nothing has gotten worse unless you start to show symptoms, um, of something. Uh, there was my white blood cell count is up again, which might just be because I'm kind of feeling sick-ish, or it might be something else. I don't know. But they don't really do anything for a high white blood cell count except for monitor it and make sure it goes back down. Because if it's not going back down, then they need to like try and figure out why it's high. Because it's like, okay, well then you have a your immune system's trying to fight something, and it's like, what is it trying to fight? Um, my kidney function numbers were a little high. Um, which means my kidneys aren't functioning uh perfectly, but they aren't like really bad. Um, Doctor said it's probably because I was taking like a strong anti-inflammatory, strong NSAID medication for an extended period of time. And if as long as I stay away from taking NSAIDs and um, just uh, like try and just stick to like Tylenol for a while and drink plenty of water and stuff. Um, that number should go back down into the normal range, and then we can. So just have my PCP watch that. Um, and then my vitamin D was really low. It tends to be. I live in an area where it's overcast a lot, and I don't go outside a ton. So I just don't get a lot of sun. But they have me taking a vitamin D supplement for a while. Um, so nothing like hugely like concerning, but like there's some stuff where I'm like, okay, well, I wish you wouldn't just like be like, I will just have your doctor watch it. Um, and then they like the biggest thing I'm frustrated with is like the positive ANA because that's why I went to a rheumatologist in the first place because like my PCP like they couldn't figure out what was going on with all this pain I've been having. And then I had the positive ANA and they're like, well, it could be an autoimmune thing. Let's send you to a rheumatologist. They would be better suited to trying to, nail down what the specific issue is. Well, all this rheumatologist did was just like, well, we ruled out that wasn't lupus or rheumatoid arthritis, and we think you just have fibromyalgia, which, is a pain disorder. Um, that's what it's primarily characterized as. Um, is a disorder of the way that your brain and spinal cord read pain signals and other just other uh, signals of touch sensation, basically. Um, and I was kind of like disappointed by that, but I also wasn't very impressed with the first appointment I had with this doctor. So I might try and go to um, the only other rheumatologist around, which is farther away, a little bit farther away, but maybe they will, actually try and get me some answers or try and find out if, my this ANA positive test is really a false positive, or if it's, you know, if there's something autoimmune going on here as well. Um, and even with the fibromyalgia, like the frustrating thing is the rheumatologist is like, oh, well, all we really do for fibromyalgia typically is prescribe Cymbalta, which you're already on, and you already take 90 milligrams a day, which is the max dose. So, and I'm like, okay, cool, nice. Um, because I am still in a quite a bit of pain. And this week having the extra hours at work, while it'll be nice on the paycheck end of things, come next week, uh, not so nice on my body. My body aches so bad. Um, Now my therapist today, when I saw him, he did tell me that apparently through the place where I go for therapy, which this is like one of the few things that like I do like my therapist. And I think my therapist himself has been helpful since I switched to him. I still wish I could have stayed with my original therapist that I had like 6 months ago when I had like my big breakdown. Um, but I don't even think she's with them anymore. I think she was like working on lowering her hours and phasing herself out of working there. Um, but I just like vibed with her really well. But this one's pretty good. And I just had to like have a not so great one in the middle, which was frustrating because the original one like picked a separate, like a different therapist for me specifically because she's like, oh, I think this therapist would work well for you. And then it was like, oh, actually. So yeah, actually, that therapist wasn't actually taking any new clients currently. So we just assigned you to this other therapist. And it's like, but I thought that my first therapist and that other therapist had talked. That's the way she made it sound. I'm so confused. Like, I don't know. Like it's all been such a clusterfuck with that. But current therapist, I like him. Sometimes we disagree on things, but that happens in therapy, right? Um, and he, but today I did find out. He told me that he has told me this before, but I don't think he has. I think he was thinking of somebody else. But I found out that apparently through that place where I go, I can get like free uh chiropractor and massage therapy services. And I'm like, yes, sign me up for that shit. Because I will 100% take advantage of that. Um, I don't know, like, I will say that the science behind chiropractic medicine is very shoddy at best. But, like, the I more disagree with the chiropractors that are like trying to say that, oh yeah, uh, a spinal readjustment will like help lower your blood pressure and fix your diabetes and do all this other like miraculous health stuff because there are like a lot of chiropractors out there that are saying that shit. Um, and that is like crazy. But I would uh I have been to a chiropractor before. Not many times, but a few times. And it's helped with like some back pain and stuff, at least temporarily. Um, and right now even some temporary relief would be pretty nice. Um, because I'm also just I'm having all these muscle cramps like all over my body. And like maybe like the massage therapy would be great. Holy crap. Um, because, and I don't know why I'm having the muscle cramps, because I was like, I don't have like low potassium or anything. Like the vitamin D is low, but as far as I know, vitamin D deficiency doesn't cause muscle cramps. I've had some low blood pressure apparently lately. Um, because I that's what they were asking me at the doctor because my blood pressure numbers were low. They were asking me at the rheumatologist when they took my blood pressure. They're like, "Is your blood pressure usually on the lower end?" And I'm like, not usually. I mean, it's been pretty normal for a long time. Um, I mean, it was a little bit high for a while, which is why I'm on a very low dose blood pressure medication. And they're like, huh, because it's pretty low today. And I was like, interesting. Um, but it that makes sense for some of the symptoms I've been having lately because I've been like getting a lot more headaches and uh getting like the head rush, lightheaded feeling a lot when I like stand up from sitting down or if I'm bent over and then have to um stand up from being bent over uh real quick. I'll get that feeling of the like where it just feels like all of a sudden all the like you just got like a ton of blood and oxygen that rushed to your head. Um, so that could be from having low blood pressure. I'm gonna, I have an appointment with my PCP next month, so I'm gonna look into maybe, um, like, see what my blood pressure is then. Because I'm gonna stop taking the blood pressure medication between now and then and see how I feel. See if my those symptoms go away. Because I don't think like my blood pressure was never like so high to a point where like if I stop taking my blood pressure medications, I need to really worry, right? Um, it was like, oh, it's one of the numbers is slightly elevated, and because you're diabetic, we're just gonna put you on like the lowest dose of a blood pressure medication just to be safe, right? Um, but if that's now causing my blood pressure to get too low, because I've lost a lot of weight in the last like 6, 7 months. And because of that, my blood pressure might be getting too low now because my heart doesn't need to pump as hard for when I'm just moving around and stuff because I don't weigh as much. I feel like I can tell I feel noticeably lighter. I feel better. Like ideally I would still like to lose more weight, but I'm not like actively doing a whole lot to accomplish that. The main thing I've done so far has just been to like cut back portion sizes and um like cut out a meal during the day sometimes. Like I like a lot of times I won't eat lunch. A lot of times I can't eat like 3 meals a day. I might have like 2 big meals and some snacks. Like where it's like, oh, I'll have a I'll grab a couple pieces of cheese or like a piece of fruit or you know just like something like that. Just like a very little something because like oh I'm a tiny bit hungry, but not like really. Um, but I've also like I just can't eat as much as I used to, which has happened largely by accident because I got sick and then like I felt super nauseous all the time and I couldn't eat hardly at all for like a couple weeks. And then by the end of those couple weeks, I could not eat like huge portions anymore. I would try and take the amount of food I was used to taking, and I would not even eat half of it. And I would be like, if I take another bite, I'm going to throw up. Um, so if that's not a recommended way of doing it, but I would say like I don't personally have any issues with like intermittent fasting. I've found it useful for me. Um, but it's like to each their own. Um, if you're someone who has struggled with eating disorders in the past, maybe intermittent fasting isn't for you. Um, because it can definitely be like something that can trigger a relapse into an eating disorder. Um, because one of the things, and this is actually something I learned recently, is the more you ignore like your feelings of hunger, the more your body will like your brain and stuff will just like okay, adapt to just not feel that hunger in the first place. Like just not have that hunger. But that's not a good thing, right? Um, that's how people lead to like starving themselves. Um, so like it's okay if you're doing it uh to like cut out like maybe a meal in the middle of the day and just like do like breakfast and dinner and then like be like I'm not gonna have lunch um or maybe there are some people that even like will maybe go like a day without food, which I think is kind of like eh. But it's more okay, like I'm more okay with it if it's for like their spiritual or religious purposes that they do that. But like um if you're just like skipping food for like a day or more because of a diet that I don't really like, um but you know like a day is probably the longest like of like not eating, like intermittent fasting type thing, then I would be like, okay, if you wanted to do intermittent fasting, like for dieting purposes, I wouldn't go longer than a day without food. But I also definitely would not recommend it for people who have had eating disorders in the past. Um, I I also probably wouldn't recommend it for people that are, well, hmm. I was gonna say I wouldn't recommend it for people that are really struggling with um, body image issues, but a lot of times the people that want to diet are the ones that that are struggling with body image issues, so I'm not 100% sure on that. But definitely, like, people that 100% like have like have had some sort of history with an eating disorder would not recommend it, intermittent fasting. Um, Portion control is something you can still do, as long as you're reasonable about it and you're smart about it, and you know how many calories a person needs a day. Calorie counting isn't fun, but you can do it. Um, but anyway, yeah. So that was a little bit of a tangent that I didn't mean to go off on, but um, let's. I've been just yapping away for a little over an hour now, and so let's go ahead and swap over to the game here. Let me just get a couple things set up. One of which being the game. Close that. I have a external hard drive. It's like a 4 terabyte hard drive. Most of the games that I play, unless they're like really old games. Okay, yes, hold on. Most of the games I play, unless they're like older games, I tend to run off of either the internal SSD in my computer or one of the two external SSDs I have. Um, but um, the hard drive I have some like older games on it, and oh, let's turn this. Uh, I have some older games on it, and um, also it's where I store a lot of like video files, um, either that need to be edited or that have been edited, until I upload them or whatever. And I was transferring something over to the hard drive, and it was taking forever. Like, the transfer rate was awful. And I'm like, why is... And it kept having, like, these spikes. Like, it would shoot up a little bit, and then it would drop down. And shoot up, drop down. I'm like, what's going on here? And I'm like, I hope... Maybe it's just the cable's bad. Because, like, I've always had, like, some issues with the cable that came with it. In terms of... Okay, this is the thing that bothers me in games. Is when they have a font size option, but they do not, and like font color option and stuff, but they do not show you in the menu where you're selecting it what that font size is gonna look like. No to that. But I don't remember what I was talking about. It was something about something. Auto operation. Blah, 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 blah. We'll see how it runs based on what it just automatically chose. am digging the aesthetics already.
They say the ground tapestry is torn by folk sorrows. And these damaged threads give rise to them evil spirits called haints. But every great while, a mighty storm brews, awakening a powerful force. A weaver, gifted with the power to reach into the past and mend folks' deep wounds. With enchanted hooks in hand, this weaver can banish haints and reweave the tapestry's thread, restoring the land so life can bloom again, fresh and new. The last weaver vanished long ago, but I'm getting ahead of myself.
The last airbender disappeared a
I
hundred
tell you, he
years
is deep
ago.
in the heart of Chickasaw County, in a speck of a town called Prospero, where the last weaver was last seen. That evening, Hazel's mama was running late, driving home through a storm that seemed hell-bent on drowning the whole South. Meanwhile, our Hazel is packing an emergency box, fixing to evacuate quickly. A hurricane brewing on the horizon, and a mighty big one at that.
Man, I miss singing on the bus with these guys. Wish we had another meet. Another medal, too. We was fast as hell. Mine should be back by now. Probably got sucked into work again. Typical. I shouldn't be doing all this packing by myself. But here I am.
Okay. Wide and right. Various objects, press the game, and discover its mysteries and folklore. That's what I want. I want folklore. Start playing with the game audio volume. Press L, just objective, I go reflection, L further or those buttons on the controller. Because I'm using a
What's coming
controller.
with me?
Okay, so yeah. Prospero. Once the site of bustling industry, Prospero's dying, hurricane besieged southern town with a history of strange disappearances. Those who left of their own will did so in search of greener pastures. Many who remain lacked this means to seek better. And that's just Lacey's house. And this is Hazel. Hazel has lived in Prospero all her life with her mother Lacey. She's just graduated high school and is headed off to college in the fall.
And there goes the flash flood warnings. Like clockwork. I asked Mama for a doll and got this thing instead. I know he's weird looking, but I can't help but love him. The storm's never been this bad before.
Yeah, whatever.
That was the day Mama threw up on me after getting off that wacky world. Almost passed out from laughing so hard. Wish she still had that kind of time for me.
I want to go out in the storm. I want to go into the storm. Okay. Now what? I don't see anything else I can interact with. Oh, Here we go. Another picture.
Things got tense with Mama last time I visited you at the mausoleum, Dad. She'll
Oh,
never
yes.
explain why she and Grandma Bunny got bad blood. I gotta stop reminiscing and start packing, for real.
I gotta pack my box.
Whew, it is really picking up out there. You ready to go?
I was over here all alone.
I'm sorry, I know. I swung by the shelter because there was a leak in the roof, and then I had to drive folks back and forth to Jolene's to ride out the storm. Besides, you are young and spry, my little track star. Oh, shoot, we got 5 minutes. Let's go. Did you pack everything?
Mama, I'm grown. This ain't my first hurricane. I know what to do.
As long as you didn't forget the...
Flashlights and batteries. You had the blankets?
Yes, because I have my...
Hurricane checklist. Is that a smiley face?
Hey, Hazel, think fast.
Come on, Mama. We don't have room for my track shoes.
You know how expensive those things are. You best find somewhere to pack them.
And pack them light. Yeah, I know.
What'd you say?
I said, and pack them light.
Pack a bag, then pack it light. Hey, pack your bags, then pack them light.
I am thinking about
You think this place will still be here
um
after?
I called Hurricane Lulu
and I
she
posted
said
this
we
in my
could.
Discord
Mama,
earlier,
What if
but I
it's
don't know
different
who
this
really
time?
pays attention
not
to
for
what I
you to
post in
worry
there,
about.
honestly. There's
And
only
now
like
we
10
got 4
people in
minutes.
there, and
Did you just suck your teeth in me?
Won't be rushed if you didn't.
I'm the only one that's like
Don't mama.
really posting in
Speak
there
on it.
currently.
I said we wouldn't be rushed if you didn't waste all that time at the shelter.
Waste time?
For the most
That's
part.
not what I meant. It's just
But
you left me to prep for a hurricane by myself.
Oh, I thought you was grown.
What if
Excuse
we
me.
called up Bunny? And
I
go over there. You know, the mansion with the hurricane-proof windows.
Now, you want to bring this up right now.
I'm just saying.
We are going to Jolene's church
mentioned
with everybody else
in there that
like we always do.
because
Whatever.
of
And don't roll your eyes at me.
I wasn't even looking at you.
I made those eyes. I know when they rolling.
I just don't understand why we can't go over there. Bunny still can, even if Daddy's dead. Just tell me
Hazel,
why.
please. Just please go over to Bose and Mrs. Pearl's. Check on them. They might need help.
We might need some help. I might need some help. While you're out helping everybody else.
Damn it! No.
I was looking.
Your great-grandmother made
That's
this.
not what I was
You
saying.
never told me that.
I
shouldn't have to
posted
tell
in the
you something is
Discord
important for you not to break it.
that
Well, maybe if you did, you still have a coffee mug.
for Avowed, I'm
This
probably
world
going
existed before I brought
to
you into it, Hazel Flood.
finish it off
Remember that next time
stream
you go around thinking you know everything.
and record the sessions
Hazel,
in like
everything I do,
chunks,
I do for you.
and then I'll edit those down into a couple of videos of just like highlights
through to
of
her.
like the best
Whatever.
parts.
Let me go check on Bo.
And I think that's probably the best way to get that game finished, because I keep meaning to play more of it on stream, but now that I'm back to work and I can't stream as often
Bo and those damn dogs are
Um,
always up to something.
and stuff, I
Hey, Miss Pearl, are you there?
don't
I guess I'll go check on Bo first then.
I keep ending up pushing that out farther. Uh, because I want to check out other games or do other things or um, because the only stream that I'm managing to fit in is the stream with um, Pep and her friends and and
Oh, Hazel! Oh, come on in and grab some punch.
that
It is fucked up out here.
I came here to check on you, but it looks like you riding this storm out in style.
Oh, yeah. Me and
uh,
the pups are having a hurricane party. Yep. Ain't no storm got me yet.
and
And if things go
that's always
south,
a
how the
multiplayer
hell I broke it.
game,
You sure you don't want some punch?
I gotta go
obviously,
check on
and
Mrs.
it's
Pearl.
not
Hey, it ain't
like
my dogs pooping on her grass. My dogs are gentlemen. Yes, you are.
Better make sure Miss Pearl's taking this seriously.
necessarily um really a chance to fit in about uh too much. So I was thinking, I'm like, well, if I want to get that finished, I might just be better to play it off stream, record it, and then I can edit it down into either one or a couple of like highlight videos of like the best bits of the recorded sessions. Um, Otherwise, it may truly never get finished, and I do want to see the end of that game. Um, but soon I have Flare Obscura coming out. That's on the 24th. So in a little less than 2 weeks that comes out. And then there's okay, that must be in the game. There must be the sound of crickets in the game, which would make sense based on the setting. But I was like, I was hearing these crickets and I'm like, are those? Did a cricket get in my room? Or am I? Or is that in the game? I believe it's in the game. I believe I am not hearing things. Bo, a former collegiate football player with professional aspirations before a career-ending injury. Bo is a big guy with a heart of gold. He checks in on Mrs. Pearl and Lacey and views Hazel like a little sister. Only thing he loves more than fishing is his dogs. Oh. You're... I don't know. Probably a good guy. Lacey. Hazel's mother. Lacey is a social worker in Prospero. She struggles with the trauma she sees on the job. Ugh. Tell me about it, Lacey. But don't really. I can't handle anymore. I need to stop taking on the trauma of others unless they are important to me. She's frustrated with the system and the way it takes time away from Hazel. her little bug, whom she loves deeply. That was the thing. Oh my God, that was the thing the therapist told me today too. Not so much the trauma thing. I mean, he did kind of tell me that. That was like I think he was like, I think your problem is you take your emotions too far. You have a tendency, like you're compassionate. You care about people, but then you take that to the point where you're trying to care about absolutely everyone all the time, even if they're like assholes to you, or even if like there's some sort of like bad blood between you, or like, you know, something happened between you and stuff, and they hate your guts or whatever. And sometimes you just need to say fuck them. And I'm like, yeah, that's fair. And then they also were like, but it was also funny because that was what they said following. Like I was like, oh, there was a situation, and I'm not gonna like explain the whole situation here, but on stream either because I don't really um want to. But there was like a situation that happened, and I was like, well, yeah, this happened, and then like basically I accidentally upset this person, and then I don't know. I'm just afraid that maybe they are saying things about me uh behind my back, but I don't know. And but I did apologize for, I was just trying to make a joke, kind of make some jokes and not be so direct with like the question I had for them. But they didn't end up taking it well, and ultimately it wasn't a good way of approaching the thing. But I should have just, it wasn't great. And I apologize for what I did wrong in that situation. Um, but I haven't heard from them, and you know, which is fine. I don't, they don't really have to accept my apology, and I don't really like that's not the thing. But I'm like, what, I'm more concerned about like if they are saying shit about me to like people that I do care about. Um, and I do have like some level of a friendship with. And he was like, "Oh, thank God. I thought you were gonna give me something complicated." And I'm like, "But what do you mean? It is complicated." And he's like, no, not really." He's like, you know, chances are, um, you're just worrying about nothing, and you're just catastrophizing. You're just worrying about nothing. The people, people that you're worried about and stuff, they're probably just busy, and that's probably it. And unless they tell you otherwise, why stress about it? And I'm like, yeah, that's true. And he's like, and also you have to look at, because we're doing ACT therapy, ACT therapy. And it's like, and you have to look at it from, like, with the ACT model. And it's like, okay, so this is the, the thought I'm having. This is the negative, bad, stressful thought that I'm having. And it is, it's causing me distress. Um, it's like, is it, like, okay, yeah. It's happening because, like, my body, like, I'm just, uh, in a very stressful life situation currently, and my body's, like, just always in fight or flight mode, and, um, so it's very anxious, right? And it's like, okay, fine. But then you have to look at the thought and be like, okay, is this thing a legitimate thing that, like, worrying about it, like, there is some sort of solution that I can concoct and come up with that will solve the problem, and worrying about it like, is actually helpful to me in some way. Um, or like if it's like, or is it like an immediate threat? Like, is it like something where like it's an actual threat where you know, and the worry is helpful to me in some way, or is it just something that I'm worrying about and then will never like it all it's gonna do is just make me more anxious and stressed out and worried, and it's just gonna, like, ultimately just be worse for me, because if the answer is the second one, then the best thing to do is to just go, thank you, brain, for trying to protect me. I understand what you're trying to say, but that thought is not helpful to us. And so we're going to get rid of it. And that's very hard to do, right? It's very easy to say, very hard to do. But it is a good thing to get in the habit of doing. Especially if, like, the whole um cognitive behavioral therapy framework doesn't appeal to you strongly. Like, this is like an offshoot of that. But the reason why uh, cognitive behavioral therapy never like really clicked with me was because it was always like the idea of like, oh, let's take the negative thoughts and then let's make them positive, or let's say positive affirmations, and it's like that. Yeah, that can feel good. It can feel good to tell ourselves those things, but that doesn't make the problems go away. That doesn't help us get solutions to the problems, and that's what I want to do, is get solutions to the problems, right? I want to like build better skills to be able to get solutions to the problems. And ultimately, so like that's and ACT kind of helps do that a little more, in my opinion. But I am not a mental health professional, and these are just my opinions, just from years of therapy, and don't take anything I say as mental health advice. Just take it as information to do with as you will. Trey, Hazel's father and Lucy's husband. Trey Flood fell in love with Lacey during college. He and Lacey were happily married and had Hazel. Trey died unexpectedly when Hazel was 4. He is buried in a mausoleum near the Flood mansion.
It's all good. We all getting in the house today.
Miss Sadie. Well, at least the Goodmans won't have to worry about repairs anymore.
Miss Pearl. Gotta go see Miss Pearl. That's what we were doing.
What you doing on my porch in all of this weather, baby?
I'm just checking on you, see if you need anything. You holding up okay?
I'm doing just fine. Been doing this longer than you've been alive. Why don't you come in for a second?
I should probably head back.
Come in, have some gizzards. I'm cooking them all before the power goes out.
You know I can't say no to your cooking.
There's a bee in your bonnet. I can tell.
Just frustrated with Mama. She stayed late at the shelter and left me all alone.
Lacey does enjoy her work. She could stand a moment's rest.
Right? She's all over the place all the time.
She's got a good heart. Just wants everyone to be okay all the time, you know?
Yeah, I know. You need some help in there?
Thanks, hon. I'm almost done. What else is on your mind?
What you know about Buddy?
Why you barking up that tree for?
It's hard not to. Mama never so much as talks about her.
Well, does she ever look in on you?
No, I guess not.
Sometimes people are privy
Ow.
to things that
Shit.
we aren't. Your mama is doing what she thinks is best. Oh, Jesus. Hazel!
Ah, it's probably fine. What's the worst that can happen?
Come on! Hang on! I can't lose you too!
You know,
Hold on! Mama!
Oh, and now Hazel's dead. Forever.
Holy shit. What just happened? How did
Uh,
it get back
what?
to the shore?
What? Hazards such as toxic water and brambles can cause damage. Damage taken is indicated on the life bar. Yeah. Got it. Okay, so I was thinking about this. Because I know it can be a problem both with people that are like just not gamers and have never played games, or like younger kids who have only ever played games on a touch screen, like a phone or a tablet, and stuff. And they just like, like they pick up a controller for the first time and it's like, what the fuck is this? Buttons? Or like you get in a game and it's like, well, how do you jump? And it's like, you press the A button, the button that's jump in literally every game ever. And I'm like, I can remember, like I can definitely remember.
What is it? Bunny. She's gotta help her.
In like when I first started like the first time I got like a home console, which was PS2. First hey, bid drop. Okay, yeah,
The
standard.
bridge! Gotta get across.
Standard shit. Perfect. What you ask me.
Bunny's house is uphill. She's always fine during storms. Her place, she can get help from Mama.
But the PS2 was the... Ooh. It's the big old spider lady.
What was that?
Don't worry about it, Hazel. It's
Must
probably
be
nothing.
rats.
Nothing. Wait, it was nothing. But I got the PS2 as my first console. And I distinctly remember, like, I'm sure that, yeah, probably the first time I played any sort of, like, platformer, action-adventure type game on that console, it had a tutorial section that told you that the X button was jump, and then from that point on, I always knew that the X button or the A button was the jump button, right? And any game that deviated from that was weird and stupid for doing that. Whoa!
Please hold.
Hello, little buddy. But like, so like I understand why they still put like
Hey, Dad.
use the A button to jump.
Headed to your old place. Got no other options. I'm so scared for Mama. Dad, if you're up there, you're safe.
in the
Go around.
like tutorials of every game, even though for people that have played like a million games,
What is that? That can't be real. Hope
it's
they'll help me.
silly. I just kind of am like, you know, why is it that they don't have some sort of option, especially since most games anymore?
You can't just show up unannounced.
I have to talk to
Well,
Bob.
she
Is
looks
rested. You're gonna have
terrifying.
to come back to her. It can't wait.
Especially since most games now like go through an initial setup process where it like asks you a bunch of different options, not just like
What
brightness
is
and
all
stuff.
this racket?
Hey, Grandma?
Is that Hazel?
Um,
You've gotten taller. What brought you sopping wet to my doorstep this
I
evening?
would
I told
like
her
to
rest, but she
see
just
Nonsense, Lily. That's my only grandchild
games just have
down
an
there.
option to turn off,
What can we do for
like,
you?
not all tutorial
The trailer got
messages,
swept
but
downstream with
tutorial
Mama in it, and
messages that are like
Swept down in the river in that tin can
like
of a
have
home?
have
tried to catch her, but I
tutorials
I
adjusted
couldn't
based
keep
on
up.
like I'm an
There's no one in
experienced
town.
player, and some games
I
do
saw the
kind
lights
of
on
have
here,
that,
and I came for help.
but it seems like
And we will. In the morning.
even those
But you know people. Can you call the sheriff or something?
still give you some
You
pretty
know rescue
redundant
services are paused in the middle of a
um
hurricane, dear.
You're acting like you don't even care.
Mind.
silly
Tone, please.
You don't understand. It ain't just
uh
about Mama. I'm seeing
tutorial
these
messages.
things. These strands in the air.
I've been seeing these weird
I'm scared.
I've been having these weird
Strands.
dreams lately,
Yeah. There is something
like
big out there.
I'm not sure if
Lily,
Yes, ma'am?
clearly my granddaughter is not in her right mind right now.
any of this is real
Afraid for her mother and all.
or not.
Ready a guest room.
Yes, ma'am.
Poor thing. You've been through a lot tonight. Come sit down for a minute.
I don't like Grandma. I don't trust her. Mostly because she has a gremlin. She has like the Crypt
I'll
Keeper
take
as her.
care of this.
Okay, yep. Something's not right. Something is bad here. Yeah, she just put me in some sort of dreamscape.
What a strange dream. These strands, I've seen them before.
And the Crypt Keeper lady, I don't trust her one bit. I don't like it. Okay, yeah. So they gave us that ability pretty much right away. So having it active from the beginning of the game was kind of silly.
What are you doing here? Huh.
I don't know, Rue.
How interesting.
Who? Who are you? What are you doing in my dream?
Bunflood is Hazel's grandmother. She's made her fortunes in Prospero through multiple business ventures. Did not approve of Trey and Ladies' relationship, and after Trey's death, they had further estranged. They had a further estranged relationship. Mrs. Pearl. Mrs. Pearl is a retired school nurse and lives down the road from Lacey and Hazel. She's always ready with a listening ear, open heart, and a plate of food. She thinks of Lacey and Hazel as family, especially after the death of her husband. Prospero Cemetery is one of the local burial grounds of the people of Prospero. Bunny had Trey buried there in a mausoleum. Flood Mansion. The Flood Mansion sits on a hill, towering over the town of Prospero. It is a monument to Bunny's power and influence in the town. Cosmology. Hazard. Toxic water. Hurricane Lulu tore through Prospero and polluted the water with all kinds of foul things. Avoid falling into it. Yeah. Strands. Strands make up the weave of the grand tapestry that everything is composed of. Weavers are able to manipulate the strands to affect the world around. And we're gonna be a weaver. We're gonna be the new avatar.
Hazel!
I'm right here! Ma! Can you see me?
Hazel.
Oh God, my baby! My baby bug! No! You're not gonna make it!
Whoa.
Ma! I'm right here! I'm okay!
Okay. There we go. Bing bop boom 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 bop bam. Oh no, it's the edge of the Animus. I'll never be an assassin now.
Ma! Ma, wake up! Mama? The trailer. Mama? Oh no. Grandma?
Don't trust your
Bunny!
family.
Lily!
Get rid of them.
We gotta
I
find
don't
Mama.
trust
Hey,
any of
open
them.
the door!
Well, except your mom. Maybe your uncle. I don't know about him. I don't even know if he's going to show up again.
It's my only option, I guess. The strands are still here. Maybe it wasn't a dream. The strands.
Yes.
That stuff. That thing last night. What's happening?
Well, you're... Well...
Again? What's happening?
Your grandmother
I can't believe
is
Bunny.
keeping the
I'm
Crypt
sorry,
Keeper
Grandma.
as
Lock
a
me in
servant.
there.
So... I don't know what
All
that's
right.
about,
How do I get out of here?
but it ain't good. September 7th, 1989. When I hold the hooks, I can see hints of strands and stigma flickering at the edge of my vision. But I can neither unravel them, nor can I make them tangible. It's infuriating. March 11th, 2003. I have exhausted all frameworks and possibilities. No, met. I've exhausted all frameworks and possibilities. No methodology has brought me closer to controlling the strands, and the hooks refuse to signal to me. The light of my life has still gone dark. Maybe there's another way.
Unraveling stigma.
Um,
What the hell does that mean? Can Bunny see
okay,
strands too?
I know. Okay, first off, girl, how do you even know what the strands are? Like, you're already... Just a second ago, you were talking about how you're like, I don't know what's going on. I'm so confused. The world is scary. Now, Grandma locked me in her room. I can't believe she did that. And now...
Does she lock all the doors in here?
You are...
Is there something behind that shelf?
Like, oh, Grandma could maybe see the strands too. And it's like, what do you know about the strands? Ain't nobody told you about the strands yet. You just read a diary entry.
Those voices are getting louder. There's something up here.
Also, another point that I must make is your grandma probably just wants to steal your power to see the strands. That's definitely 100% what she wants. She's like, oh, Hazel's getting the power to see the strands. I can sense it somehow, and I need to steal that power for my own.
Do these control you?
The rot, it festers.
What is all this?
Hooks. The hooks are Hazel's main tool as a weaver. Acquiring the hooks allows Hazel to interact with the strands of the tapestry and stigma. They also act as combat tools.
I feel like I'm going insane.
Oh, you are.
Oh, shit! Whoa. That's not possible. Foot's fine, too. The hooks are reacting to that thing in the middle. Bunny called it stigma? Do they know what to do?
Poke it. You just gotta poke it, and then it,
What the fuck?
and then it does that. I assume there must have been, like, drawings in her grandma's, like, little diary thing. Because otherwise it's like...
You. I never did.
How...
And I'm gonna find my mama on my own.
would she know in any way?
Hazel got no help from her strange grandma. Truth was, she was glad to leave the flood mansion behind. Used to handling things on her own, she set off downriver to find her house and rescue her ma herself. There, magic called to her. A magic she'd felt in her bone, but she had never seen before. And something dark.
I like the
That'll
storybook
house hid
section.
all
I always
manner of
like
moody
this
secrets
like
over the
storybook
years.
sections, like cutscene sections in any game.
Hazel set off to find her ma through the hurricane-ravaged land, but her path would lead her to a place haunted by whispers from days of yore.
But
It's all on me to find her. There's no one coming out.
yeah, I'm assuming that like along with these passages in this little diary, there was like some sort of like drawings, probably. Is my only explanation as to how Hazel would like know what a stigma looks like or what the strands are, because otherwise you just read that and it's like, okay, grandma's talking about
If Mama's trapped,
she's just a ranting crazy lady that locked me in a room and now I'm seeing like crazy magic shit. What the fuck is going on?
I think this is the right way.
I don't know if this game has like secrets to find or not. So I'm always like afraid, like in any game where I'm like I should
More
try and
thorns? All
explore
the way out here?
as
Where am I
much
anyway?
of the environment as possible, because what if there's secrets? What if I miss lore? What if I miss stuff? Because I probably won't come back and play it again, at least not for a very long time.
Foxes. The storm's got all the fuzzy guys out and about.
Yeah, I would have never heard that line if I didn't come back there. Not that it was important.
Shit. This was my way downriver. Only way forward is down.
Looks like there's gotta be graceful. That was a graceful jump.
It's like some weird folktale. Brer Rabbit or something.
Oh, you don't say. It is like that folktale. Hazel? Maybe. There's a reason for that.
Hey, who's got you all so spooked?
Okay, so this is the first bit of combat we get to do, I believe.
Hell no.
Not that combat is like a huge focus of the game.
This better work.
Chain up to 5 attacks. X, okay. Hold X. Powerful amplified attack. Give me a dodge. Y unravel.
I did that? More of you? I'd be screwed without these hooves.
Unstoppable attack. Don't. Thank you.
Yep, fighting comic book monsters then.
Boom.
What's next?
Easy peasy. Simple as.
I'm so far off road. Hope I'm nowhere close to that place. It's those voices again. Might be worth checking out.
The voices. The voices that are in my head.
Seems to be coming from down there.
Oh, perfect.
Sounds like I'm getting closer.
It is a loom. The loom of fate, and then if I prick my finger, I'll fall asleep, and a prince will have to come and kiss me or some shit.
Now, why you touching that? Put it down. Keep those hands to yourself. We pack light for a reason.
They can't have gone far. When I find them, I swear I'm gonna...
Shut up. Eyes open. They won't stop looking for us, and we can't stop moving. I know y'all nervous, maybe scared, but this ain't my first time doing this. If you trust and listen, you will be free. You and your little one. Now come on.
Weaver smuggling escaped slaves.
I'll take you to the river. We got a long journey ahead.
What the fuck? Am I seeing things? This can't be real. but they looked so real. This is crazy. But I can't stop now. Those ghosts?
So, distaff. The distaff gives weavers the ability to see the past, or echoes. Caught in the rain tapestry.
Are my best chance.
Tapestry. Tapestry. Mahalia, the last weaver of Prospero. Mahalia is a legend come true through the echoes. When she was chosen by the land to take on the mantle of weaver, she wielded her powers to guide people to freedom. Paint. When the grand tapestry is damaged by folks' sorrows, its strands become damaged. Those damaged strands become stigma, which creates haints, angry, terrible creatures only visible to weavers. They can be destroyed by unraveling them. The most common haint found in the Prospero wilds. They hit hard but have to be at close range to avoid their exposure to children. Bramble. Grand Tapestry is the fabric of the universe that connects all things. Grand Tapestry is invisible and intangible to most people, except the weavers, and you can see how it interacts with reality. Object of Station. The objects of station are the weaver's tools used to channel the power of the strands. They are passed down to the next weaver when they are chosen by the land. The objects imbued with the previous weaver's knowledge to help guide the new weaver. Weavers are said to be chosen by the land to wield strands. They are able to see the effects of tears in the grand tapestry and use their abilities to affect the world around them. Around the stigma mask. Tapestry worked due to trauma. Most people can't see or feel stigma, but weavers can.
To get down
Okay.
river.
Yeah. Okay. No, it's making a little more sense. I'm okay. I'm not 100% sure what Grandma's intentions were. I think she was wanting I don't know. I don't know what her intentions were exactly. Like at first I thought she wanted to steal Hazel's power somehow. And that might still be what the case was. But oh yeah, that's just the health stuff I can't pick up. Okay. But
What's this? Fluffy and soft. Everything else around here feels so wrong.
I am not sold on that idea. And the reason I'm not sold on the idea is okay. So Mahalia was the last weaver of this
I
area.
always hated this place.
Grandma
Follow me.
What?
doesn't have weaver powers. She was maybe she knew about the weavers and stuff, but maybe she knew
Hey, where'd they go?
like about porters are where the enslaved people of the sugarcane plantations were forced to live. Families were crowded into the small shacks. Yep.
There's that sound again. In And it's loud where they went in.
But I'm just like,
Didn't I see that symbol somewhere else?
been 30 odd years since a wild summer storm called me to duty and prosperity. Never gets any easier witnessing echoes of old hurt, but the land chose me to spend my life mending tears in the grand tapestry. With these old hands above all else, I'm grateful I'm grateful nature deemed me fit to serve.
Wait, how am I seeing this? Is this connected to those ghosts?
I because I don't think Grandma had weaver powers of her own. I don't know if she has a way, think like has a way, or at least thinks she has a way that she can steal
Must be another way around.
Hazel's weaver powers. I also don't know how she would know about Hazel's weaver powers, being that Hazel didn't even seem to know about them. But like clearly she did. But Grandma definitely got her hands on the hooks and then was like able to kind of see
All the homes to wash
like
away. Had to be
just
ours.
glimpses of the grand tapestry. And because of that, see, this looks like you should be able to climb it, but apparently not.
Okay, keep it together. No looking back. Just gotta clear the next hurdle in front of me. Whole family's forced to make do with so damn little.
And then after she could see it, she probably wanted to be able to manipulate it herself. So it's probably very possible she wants to somehow steal Hazel's powers. I just don't know that she has any idea if she can or how to. But it also feels like it could be very well just be a red herring, because
Now come on.
Grandma has the Crypt Keeper as her, like, maid servant lady. Spells and cooldowns. You unlock your first spell. Use it during exploration and against enemies in combat. There is a cooldown period after use. Be accelerated by unraveling. LB to cast 3 spells. Use it to weave enemies, increasing all damage. Okay. Gotcha. Oh. Hasn't actually been
like
used there.
snatching something out of the past. There they are. Gotta follow. Please be okay, Mom.
But what about the floof thing back here? Is there wait, ouch. Okay. Okay. Fuck you. Now I guess I should probably move this maybe over here? Maybe over there? Aha!
Unreal.
I got the proof. I mean, I could definitely see myself finishing this game. I don't think it's super long. I don't know if I would... I could probably stream it in just like a couple of sessions. If they were long enough sessions. But
Got goosebumps. Gotcha.
no. Come on.
Where y'all coming from?
Oops. Okay. Oop, floof. I gotta get the floof. Aerial Ren. Bite. Ground pound ability. It's a ground pound ability.
This way.
That should prove useful.
Nope.
Now, how do I get over there?
We'll never use it again. Not in all the game. Nope, can't break the pots. 0 out of 10. 0 out of 10. Would not recommend. Cannot break pots.
Oh, I just can't get enough of me.
And unravel the stigma.
Is everyone out? No.
There we go.
Now I have the force pull and force push abilities. Good, good, good. Star Wars. To the old spirits reading this message. If you understand me, use the radio waves to speak through my spirit voice box. I can't see you, but I want to help lay you to rest. I'm the girl who sits in the loft with my spirit talking box. Talking board. Use the planchette to spell out who you are. It's easier to be friends when you know each other's names. Your friend, Chloe Drudge. P.S. Sorry for the older kids who party out here. Sometimes I tell them it's disrespectful, but they don't listen. No one does.
Chloe Drudge.
And then
Wonder where you are now.
the ghost killed all the older kids.
Not afraid of you.
Okay, how many other abilities are you gonna just throw at me right at the beginning of the game and then just not give me any
I can
new
list them up
shit
ahead.
throughout the whole game?
Just replace it. Start it all anew.
That's one thing that I'm like, it can be like, no. Like it can be a good thing to front load all the characters' abilities, because then like players able to play with the entire like toolkit for like the majority of the game and really master it and get a hang
Another one of
of
those symbols.
everything. Um, and come up with some cool ways of using it. But then on the other hand, if you spread it out, let them unlock shit gradually, you get to then continue to reward them throughout the game with new stuff to explore and use. But then it can kind of feel dissatisfying at the end of the game when you get like the really cool ability that you only use like 3 times because you got it like a couple of battles before the final boss or something. Stigma thrives where folks wept their hardest tears. It infects the earth with boils only we healers can see. The hurt and the sorrow scouring these wounds makes for a lonely work. Some days delivering folks to safety is the only thing keeping my heart and soul healthy.
Stigma? Why me? How come I can see it? This has gotta be the path they took to reach the river.
So, oh, nice. Perfectly done. Perfectly executed.
Never knew this was here. I wonder how many other folks escaped through this cave.
One of the things I want to do during my co-working stream tomorrow.
Those roots are too high for me to reach.
Now we can throw objects at things. Combine the force pull and the force push.
A lot easier from now on.
Oop. One of the things I think I'm gonna do during my co-working stream tomorrow, maybe like to start off, is I want to go into my Discord.
Hazel felt hushed and awed by what she Spirits appear before
and make a pinned post in the LGBTQIA plus
but Hazel felt a connection as she watched the same magic now
news and activism channel of just like
the father Hazel got from
just
town, the
get started with some
she didn't know dangerous creatures from old folks' tales still abide here.
Like decent
she didn't know she was about
LGBTQIA plus charities and organizations that you can either volunteer for or donate to. I know one that I personally like to donate to is the Rainbow Railroad, because it is an organization that sponsors LGBT plus like refugees. It
Finally.
helps
Please let our
to
house be in one piece.
like support them in getting their refugee status
What is that?
and
Looks
like
like a bug's nest.
successfully
Maybe I can chuck those back.
obtaining Oop. Successfully obtaining like citizenship and stuff in a new country where they aren't persecuted for who they are, and that's very cool. Obviously, the Trevor Project's good. Glad is good. Human Rights Campaign is good, but it's not necessarily just LGBTQIA plus focused. They focus on all sorts of different human rights related issues. So I just kind of want to make a pin post in my Discord with that sort of stuff. I'm not like, well, I'm not like a political streamer or like a political activist or anything. I'm like, you know, I do believe that you know, it is the like it's good for those with who are able to, which I know in this economy it's harder and harder to find the money to like donate to charity and stuff. But like those that are able to spare some money and stuff, or even if you have like spare time or anything and you want to get involved with organizations like this, it's very important with the kind of stuff that's going on in the world right now. And a lot of the organizations aren't like specifically focused in the US, so they, you know, there's stuff in, you know, other countries as well. I just hope that, what time is it here? Ooh, okay. Let's see. I won't play a whole lot more. I'm enjoying the game so far. I can definitely see where combat is probably going to get pretty samey especially if they don't have very
Oh,
many
she was.
enemy types, which is what I've heard.
I can make it too.
I've got a double jump.
Could have used that during track season.
Um,
Looks like they made it over the gap.
but like I'm having fun with it so far. I think I'm mostly like digging the vibe of the game. I like the art. I like the I've like been interested in the story so far. I'm interested to see where they're going with it. Like what are they gonna do with it? Um I did not take to weaving easy. Had me scared as a rabbit in a foxhole. Hearing them angel voices weren't till I fished a lost girl from a deep well with my hooks and spindles that I opened my ears to what the voices wanted. The day I gave myself to the weave was one of the happiest of my life.
Something funky about those symbols. Who's leaving them, for one thing?
But she said something fucky about those symbols. I'm like, no, I didn't know that. I
What's
know it
that?
says this is a mature rated game, which I don't know why. Mature rated game. So far anyway, I haven't. There might just be something that's. Okay, so these are our heart containers. Collect enough, and you get a
It's like
extension to your
getting a
health.
second win.
Um, here we go. Yeah, I'm going back to this way. I might finish this chapter because so far the chapters haven't been that long.
Stay safe. It's a long journey.
So maybe finish this chapter and then call it a night.
Thank you.
Because I do have
Gotta be
to
brave. Quickest way to the river.
get up in the morning and
What the heck?
take care of the dogs and stuff, and then probably take a little nap before I do the co-working stream. But the plans for the co-working stream are probably going to be to get that post in the Discord, which is mostly just going to be, like, I know what organizations I want to list, like, that I have on my list currently.
Hey, that's from our house.
And then from there it'll just be
That's Mama's work binder.
it'll just be
What? Back here again?
adding
Mama?
I hate this thing. It's like cracking
uh,
open Pandora's box.
like finding and
It's
adding
so
their
hard
like
for me to
URL
not
links
take my feelings home to Hazel
so
afterwards.
that people can go
I want to
check
shield
them
her,
out.
but I just keep pushing her away.
I didn't know her work affected her so much.
And then
She can't hear me.
after that, I'll be doing some job searching, filling out job applications, stuff like
That felt
that.
different.
There's not a whole
No
lot
way.
I'll be doing that I can really show on stream. Small insect-like paints that come out of the nest to explode when close. Push them away to avoid their blast, or pull and throw them onto other paints. Give them a taste of their own medicine.
She's gotta be alive. Hello? Is someone there?
Who's speaking to me? Hey, Bearded. Yeah, it's going on 4 a.m. here.
Hello? Anyone?
I was planning on, I'll probably finish up this chapter that I'm on in the game, because the chapters haven't been taking super long, and then be done. And then I'll be doing a co-working stream tomorrow at around 1:30 my time. Mostly it's just gonna be filling it. It's the giant peach. It's gonna be like
Get off me.
Hey, Hazel.
looking for jobs, filling out
Who's there?
job applications and stuff. So I won't have a lot to show on screen. But I'll be playing music.
A talking fish? Nope. Ain't no way.
Oh, Weaver, like you must have seen stranger things than me. And I was so sorry to hear about your misfortunation. You find your mama yet?
How do you know about my mama?
Well, before I tell you what I know, would you mind? This gentleman here scooped me up, but he ain't been equally good about letting go. Would you kindly do your Weaver thing and help me down?
What weeby thing?
Oh, don't tease now. Sound carries underwater. It ain't every day I hear about a new weaver such as yourself. And lo and behold, with this time and all.
I just found this thing. Look, my house got swept away in the storm with my mama in it, and I'm just trying to find my mama before.
Oh, you really don't know anything.
You're really a dumb bitch.
I'm getting really sick and tired of folks being disappointed.
Oh, no, mortified to a fan, no. I just, well, you can't see strands, can't you? Like knots, tangles, thingies?
Thingies? What are you talking about?
Like strings floating in the air.
Oh, yeah.
Well then, I can teach you the rest. And a train weaver ought to be able to rescue her mama easy. I can even help you find her. When you get me down, of course.
Why don't I trust this
It's
catfish?
like this, see? I
Why do I
rolled it in
feel like
little
we're making a
strands and
deal
all
with the
wove
devil?
together. Now, when something terrible or unnatural happens to a creature, the strands get all knotted. Now, this here tree went through some tribulations. Must have left his knots all over the place. All you gotta do is use your magic bottle and.
Wait. I don't have a magic bottle.
No?
No.
Well, there's an old bottle tree over this way. The sun's always glinting in my eyes from it. You could probably find one there.
Okay, so I get the magic bottle and then.
Just get it. I'll tell you the rest after. But hurry. Some folks think I'm delicious fried up with grits. Ain't healthy for a fish to be in a tree.
I'm sorry. I hate when my internet is just being shitty. Not much is known about Catfish. He's quite old, as evidenced by his size, and he looks unlike any catfish folks in Prospero have seen. Down to his patchwork scales and mysterious eye, he loves to spin a tale, and he took Hazel under his fin on her journey. I don't trust him as far as I could throw him.
A weaver? Me? Yesterday I was struggling to finish my shifts and now I'm fighting Hanks?
Ba, ba, ba. I don't know. Have a good day, Bearded. Okay, this is something. What can I get up on? I did it again. Keep running into that water because I don't realize it's water there. I don't think I can get up on top of that again. I don't know where I'm supposed to glide from to get there. I don't think. Like gliding from here. Oh. Well, I didn't think that would work. Unravel an enemy sets off a strand blast. Amplified attack can be charged further, inflicting increased damage over a larger area. Weaved enemies take more damage from all sources. Damage to enemies. Portal inflicts increased damage to enemies. Let's do Weaver's Boots. Okay.
That's a bottle tree. All right.
The bottle tree. The trees grow on... the trees grow on bottles. The bottles grow on trees.
Hey, get out of here, you damn boo hag!
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I saw you jumping through the air back there.
It's Rhubarb.
Ain't no one but a boo hag can do that. They ain't gonna steal my soul while I sleep.
I'm sorry. I need a bottle.
Yeah? Even you're not a boo hag, come up on this porch and prove it. I know full well you boo hags can't abide the color blue.
See? I ain't no boo hag.
Well, maybe you ain't. Thing is, I need all my bottles. Just for Haints.
Wait, you see him too?
Well, I ain't entirely seen one.
The animation in this game is kind of interesting because it's not like...
You know, some folks say that if you scoop
it's
up
like
those
a
clumps,
little bit...
put them in a bottle and put that bottle in a bottle tree,
like it's not
you
perfectly...
could cure the pain.
not perfectly like...
Hasn't really worked out for me just yet, but
fluid, but it kind of
Maybe
fits with the
I could
art
help
style
bottle
that they're
up pain.
using
so I'm the last person left here. All those damn
because it's similar to the art style of like
ever since my brother went missing.
the Telltale like Walking Dead games and stuff like that. Like not quite exactly the same,
Well,
but
get you one
it's
off the tree
similar.
then.
And
And you're welcome to try bottling up the pain. But the
so
roots of this trouble go deep.
Where's his trouble buddy?
what do we gonna
that
do
mess over
now? We got a bottle. The bottle lets you trap specific painful memories trapped in grand tapestry. Collecting enough of these strand fragments forms a pattern of someone's past pain at the end of the chase sequence.
Looks
Great, I get to collect more trauma.
Just check that out.
Rhubarb. Hermit. Owner of a long-shuttered swamp tours business. Rhubarb is a haunted man who fears of haints keep him paranoid of any and all strangers who come his way. The mysterious bottle tree beside his porch serves as his only source of comfort. A strong Cajun community used to live in this area, but were eventually pushed out by rising costs, land acquisition, and a lack of opportunity in the Prospero region. The bottle tree's roots are intertwined with the threads of the grand tapestry. Weavers shepherd painful fragments of a life nestled in a fragile blue grass to the tree. Those fragments form a complete pattern, bringing hidden suffering to life. Stigma vortexes form where fragments of someone's deepest sorrows linger. Visible through an echo knot, weavers bottle these fragments and weave them into an intricate pattern at the bottle tree, mending wounds from the past. God damn it.
Now, I've got this bottle, and I'll do something with it.
Yeah, we gotta go bottle up painful memories.
Must have been a land grab. Assholes.
No. I mean, not nice, but... Somebody just yelled for me? I don't like those.
Some nerve evicting folks. These houses can't have been up to code.
I'm confused by the second part of her statement. Remy, the fiddling one ain't half bad. It's that full brother of his. Something ain't right there. Told him he oughta lose his... I don't know, Kuyon kin in a tragic river accident. If he wants to be a respected member of our hard-working community, ain't nothing of value lost if two brothers go for a sail and only one comes back. Bob.
What a nasty heart.
Wait, that sounds perfectly evil. Whoa. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna lose all my health and die.
It spoils everything.
Okay, I'm trying to remember. So did I come across from there? I think so. Right? Yeah, I must have. So then is this the way? Yeah, I think that's the way I want to go. And that's just an extra thing to get. But we want to get them so that we can get the power-ups. Ah, motherfucker. God damn it, motherfucker. Uh-oh. Move, move. Get the fuck out of there. Get... No. Okay, we will try the combat. But now we have full health, so it'll be easier. No. Okay, so that is an issue that I have been finding a little bit. In the game is that there seems to be this situation where you can get sometimes pushed into sometimes you can get pushed into like spots on the ground where you're just like kind of stuck a little bit because of the like geometry of the area. Now that I realize I can just go and beat up the hive and don't have to wait and throw the bugs at it. Makes this a heck of a lot easier.
Not too bad.
The way they made it seem when I
That knot looks worse than the others. What's happening?
they're getting sucked
Benji and his
into the
brother's
fade.
trouble began when they were forced to move again. Their ma thought it best for Benji, who was bullied badly for being in his own world. But Rhubarb would not forgive him for uprooting their life.
What was that? Some kind of ghost memory? The bottle is acting funny.
It's Rhubarb's trauma.
Pain in a bottle. Huh. I get it now. Maybe if I fill this up, I can help Catfish.
I mean, maybe.
Stigma. Huh. That's gotta be the Weaver name for old pain. The sorrow folks leave behind long after they're gone. Did they kick everyone out?
No, they just put eviction notices on people's doors for fun. It was just a silly prank. Just a silly, goofy haha.
Always thought these were cool. Like little crawfish castles. Princess Crawdad. Had a lot of time to myself as a kid.
Never knew that. I mean, I am not from down south, but we do have certain types of crawfish here, but they don't make mounds like that.
So that's the Benji tree superstitious folks whisper about.
So the tree is Benji, Rhubarb's brother, and it's dropping a bunch of giant peaches. And it's all because of some magic beans. Well, I guess seeds, but, you know. That old chestnut.
Yeah, that's gotta be how this works. Stigma's what happens when the pain turns rotten.
Ooh. Ooh. That thing is
Stay light on my feet.
gross. Well, that didn't work. Or you can just hit them. You can do the thing it wants you to do. Or you can just hit them. Hey.
Handled him just fine.
Didn't even have to do the bullshit thing.
When the townsfolk caught wind of Benji's difference, they started throwing rocks at him and his brother. Rhubarb was not surprised. Bad people always prey on those who stand out.
Heartless. They can do that to a rabbit.
Yeah. That is the way of life. Get another upgrade. I don't ever really. Let's do this pool. Let's upgrade the pool because I use that a lot.
There's bound to be more on the other side of this giant tree. Is that Benji? Huh. He had a nice smile back then. She looks stern.
Stern. Stern like how?
Rhubarb? That old guy who gave me the bottle? He looked like Benji's brother. No wonder he knows so much about Benji's pain.
You don't. Okay, you know what? You don't say, because it also the name of Benji's brother was Rhubarb. So who would have guessed? Whoever would have thunk it, Hazel? Is this the right way, or am I going back? I think I might be going backwards, but I also don't remember this. Oh, fuck. But I feel like this is going bad. Yeah, this is going backwards. But I did find something. So it wasn't a total loss. There's one up there too, but I don't know how to get that one. Where do I go now? Where do I go now? Cause this just, yeah, this doesn't lead to anything. Except to up to get the thing that I just got. Whoop. Yes, up this way. I think this is new.
Now look at that bottle. Half full or half empty. And here I believe you were brand new at this.
I barely know what filling this thing does.
Oh, you see. What's that?
Be quiet, catfish. Nobody asked you shit. Oh. Hey. Guys, guys. Bust up the nest. And take him out. That comes at you so fast, and I don't know how to... Because if you hit the push thing too soon...
Are they drawn here because I'm...
The bear trap was meant for Benji. Weren't no bears around here.
What?
To rhubarb, it was proof that
Yes,
things was
fucked
going to
up.
get a lot worse, just like last time. There was
So he
no
had to
escape.
kill Benji.
Oh my God. What kind of person would do that to someone?
What, turn them into a tree? I don't know. A fae?
Bottle's almost full. Just one more to go.
Bing bop boom 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 bop bang. Oh. Ended up back here. And I don't know if I want to be back here. Well, I suppose it would make sense that I ended up back there, since I did, in fact, use the path that I used to get there. Okay. I'm gonna go this way. Da-da-da-da. This chapter was a little longer
A friend offered us
than
to
I
stay.
thought it would be.
I won't be long.
They're so close.
But
We
at this
must be
point, I
exhausted.
must be getting close to the end. Oh, now we got wall running.
Now that's cool.
Just wanted to double check. No! You bastard!
Be brave now. Trust what folks do, not how they seem.
The ghost got away. Hope they ended up somewhere safe.
Hmm. Ba, 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 ba.
Did folks used to meet up here?
Dear Mayor Broussard, I don't know who talked bad on my good name, but I ain't because of Benji running off. Sure, me and him got into it, but that don't mean I hold grudges. Did my part to make pass by the house and give my sympathies to Rhubarb. Give it time, and that Kuyon will show up again, right as rain. Kindly, Prod, Guidry.
That's right. Rhubarb said Benji went missing.
I think Rhubarb made Benji go missing. St. Sylvain's Got Talent. Calling all aspiring entertainers. It's your time to shine. Enter to participate in our shining community. First, talent show. Group and individual performances are welcome. Show us what you've got. Brought to you by Mayor Broussard. May 15th, 4 p.m. St. Sylvain's Community Center.
A talent show? Bet all the kids love that.
Get another ability. Upgrade.
Probably walked right by a dozen hates and didn't even know.
Boom. God damn it. I think locking on in this game is a little bit more detrimental than it is helpful. Like, even if you are trying to focus down one particular enemy, because then you can't really, like, freely move the camera. It, like, locks Well, obviously it locks to an enemy, but then if you try and move the camera to get an idea of what's going on behind you.
This is getting easier.
He says, if I've been dying more often.
While Benji's love was as true as his heart, Rhubarb was tired of tending to his needs instead of showcasing what he could do. By this point, Rhubarb felt he had moved enough.
Oh, God. What did Rhubarb do?
It was a moida most foul. Foul and stinky like.
Where am I?
Well, now, how curious. You shouldn't be here. Let us remedy.
Who's there? Oh, fuck.
Oh no, it's one of those things from Loki. I can't remember what they were called.
Oh, shit.
Eliath.
What is that? Is this a dream? Let me get out.
I'm protected by the bottle tree. The knife cannot reach a bottle tree. Everybody knows this.
Oh, thank God. What the hell was that? Let me just get back to that fish. Yeah.
That was Alliance. We saw them in Loki. We're part of the MCU now. Oh. Okay.
Hey, look. Got everything you need?
I think that's everything.
Then hurry up and fix that tangle.
Okay, what crazy thing is about to happen now?
I assume your first time in the Wii was a bit eventful?
Oh, yeah. You could have warned me about the fog.
Fog? Oh, that fog. Yes, yes. Must have slipped my mind. I'm a tad dehydrated. You get a pattern?
Yeah, I didn't expect it to be so personal.
Secrets are a terrible burden. That's why I'm so eager to help. By listening.
That's why I'm the devil.
Okay.
I'll take the
So what do I have to
secrets
do to
and
help
then I
Benji
will
so I can get you down, so I
blackmail
can save my
people.
mama?
Use that pattern to fix that big old tangle. You'll need to reweave Benji too. But first things first. Go fix that tangle.
Fix that tangle.
When Rhubarb said go inside the hollow tree for a game, Benji did it. Even when he was nailing the hollow shut, Benji trusted him. There must have been a moment when Rhubarb decided to leave him
Well,
there.
Benji was just
And
a
a moment
freaking
when
idiot.
Benji, trapped inside that tree,
Which I mean is kind of
finally
the whole
understood.
thing of like
He must have
the
cried
story.
to the heavens. Somehow the tree took pity, and somehow Benji become the tree. But he'd never forget that the brother he'd loved had done this to him.
Wow. What kind of magic
Yeah,
is that? And what kind of man would kill his own brother?
it's dark evil magic. That's what it is.
Okay. What do I do now?
Now, Scuttle!
New pattern, Benji. Benji was betrayed by the one he trusted most, his brother Rhubarb, for the simple crime of being born different. Nailed inside a tree, he was left to die, abandoned and alone. Oh, Benji. Oh, Benji.
Up on Benji like a squirrel now!
I remember my brother, his fate was so cruel. He saw things so different, branded a fool. He found trouble often, each place we'd go. He didn't know that this was the end. He was my brother, Benji his name. He saw things different,
Excuse me,
he was my shame.
Benji?
And I said goodbye, I said farewell. I took my hammer, my ticket to hell. The locals got angry, left tracks out for him. Threw rocks, started shouting, his prospects were grim. Easy to blame Benji, my mother's favorite son. For her and my family, my plan had begun. Let's play together. You go and hide in a cypress tree hollow. It was safe and dry. He trusted me fully. I nailed him inside. He thought we were playing. That was a lie. He was my brother, Benji his name. He saw things different. He was my
That's weird.
shame. And I
It
said
almost looked like it got dug out of him.
I took my hammer, my ticket to hell. He was my brother, Benji his name. He saw things different. He was my shame.
Sorry to be moving you around like this.
Goodbye. I said farewell. I took my hammer, my ticket to hell.
That looked like it hurts. I bet that's where I used the pattern.
Mind moving your arm a little bit so I can get up? Is that okay?
That's next to it.
Taking a shot in the dark here. You'll let him go now, won't you?
This ain't more than a mud puddle. Meet me at Rhubob's dock.
You got a catfish, man. But I still don't trust.
Where's that fish? He better keep his promise.
Whoa! Pardon my mud. What'd you see? Tell me all the juicy details.
Is this entertainment for you?
Well, fish ain't got no TV.
The things I saw? I get why Mama had to wash her day off when she got home. Use up all our hot water on really bad days.
Oh, was your mama a weaver too?
Social worker. She never really felt like she helped enough. Do you think I did enough for Benji?
Oh, my dear.
feel like
Weavers do
that's
fix things deep down.
my
They mend
problem
parts of your soul
in my
so
current
ripped,
job.
you'd forgotten they were ever one piece.
And also why I
How do
ended
you
up,
know so much?
I
Did a
went to
weaver ever help
one
you?
semester of
I don't like to talk much
grad
about
school
myself.
for social work and decided it wasn't for me.
Hop
You
on.
know, I wanted to become a therapist. I'm like,
Oh,
no,
I'm not as slimy
it's not
as I
gonna,
look. Don't you want to find your mama?
because I will
When
not
can
be
I tell
able.
everyone how that terrible tree
I'll never
abducted me
feel
from my
satisfied with
spoilers? And just when I was
how
about
much
to
I'm
reach the
able to
desiccation,
help these
a
people.
weaver showed up. As Hazel ventured downriver, her powers grew stronger. She glimpsed it past, seeing some members of Ma and others strange and unknown.
And that's
Hazel
how it
was
is as
perturbed by
like a
what she'd
pharmacy
seen of a
technician right
giant
now.
man
It's like
tree in his heartache. But thanks to my
I
help, she
can't
removed his knots and
do
sealed his pain in a magic bottle
like the
placed in
most
the
that
grand
I'm able
tapestry.
to do to help people
Once she set me loose, I offered
get
her
their
my assistance to
prescriptions.
locate
Like
a mom.
obviously, I'm kind of like
But there was more
bottom
than meets the
run
eyes in these waters. More than
there,
just
but
a
like I know
geometry
my
man
job. I
lurking about.
know
I
like the
guided her
insurance
through the
processing and
murky
everything.
waters to the flooded
Like I
area
know
where her
when
house should have
insurances
washed
need to
up.
be called, but they don't get called very often and stuff, and it's frustrating. Things get billed to discount cards. Really should be on our insurances just because
You
we
mean
don't
to
have
tell me
time
your
to
mama never told you stories about critters
sit
and
on
weavers?
hold with the insurance to
Oh, you're lucky I
figure
come
out
along.
what's wrong,
What?
like messed up in the system. What like stupid code we have to put in that
That's two-toed Tom. Big gator. I gotta drop you off fast.
After I got you out of that tree, you said you helped me find my mama.
I ain't of a disposition to be gator snacks.
Well, me neither.
If we're gonna go on, we gotta get rid of him.
I'm all ears.
There's a church up a ways with a big bell. Go on and ring it.
You want to make him come running?
Tom can't abide the sound of bells. Some church folks once tried to dynamite him, and he didn't take that too kindly. If you ring that bell, he might skedaddle.
You better not skedaddle.
Go on now, scoot. I'll pick you up yonder after to go find your mom.
Trifling ass
okay.
Hey, I heard that.
Okay. Well, I'm definitely gonna play more of this. I don't know if it'll be on stream. I haven't decided that yet. I think. Let's see, how many chapters is. Um, It's gonna take roughly 10 to 12 hours to beat. But then right under that it says it takes 12 to 16 hours on normal difficulty, depending on how long you handle the combat. But so it's not super long, which is, I didn't think it was, but, so, we are on chapter 4, Wicked Temper, and there are 14 chapters total. So, I did want to stream it, it would probably be, and we averaged about 3 chapters a stream. And probably take another 4 streams to finish the game. Or I could just play it on my iPad. I probably won't take the time to like record it if I don't play it on stream. And I assume it auto saves because I don't see any save option here. And since we just started a chapter, it should have auto saved. So let's quit to the desktop. But yeah, that's kinda the situation. I'm not sure because I'm really excited for Claire Obscure Expedition 33, and I'm gonna be streaming that. Unless for some reason my computer can't take it. So I think this might be like a one-off, and then I just play the rest of it off stream in my own time. But it was enjoyable. Tomorrow, 1:30 p.m. EST, co-working stream. I think I'm gonna have song requests turned on in chat, but I don't know for sure. So I would like to do everything through Spotify, but like stream elements use YouTube links, and I don't really want to get into it. I don't want to get it. So just because I'm gonna have Spotify up for the music that I'm playing. So I don't know. We will see. I'll have to see if I can figure that out. As always, I don't, I say 1:30 p.m. EST, probably be the time I start, but always remember I arrive precisely when I need to, and never a minute before or after. Bye-bye now.